Alrighty, welcome to the final day of online class. For some reason, the recording didn't start there until it told me I had to kick someone to start the recording. So, sorry, Tatum. Um, so, this will be our final day of online class. We're going to start with a weather brief. So, what I would like to have happen, if anyone is comfortable, is to have one of you do our weather brief for today, and just you can let me know which things you'd like to look at and discuss. If anyone feels comfortable doing that, please raise your hand. Apologies, Tatum. The recording wouldn't start until you were removed for some reason, so I, I don't I don't know why that happened. Alrighty. Brian?
Sorry. I didn't want to be that guy. Okay. I guess could you see, go to the, I guess click on the current conditions there, or the map there, I guess, because that'll take to the observations.
Zoom out a little bit.
Yeah, so it looks like, I guess if we're going from left to right, let's see, it looks like we've got maybe a stationary front up in the northwest. Up in there, I see some icing conditions up in Washington and northern Oregon. There is, yeah, up in there. Yeah, there's that stationary front just kind of dragging around. And then down in the south there, well, I guess from Colorado, there's that occluded front, and then the cold front and the stationary front, bringing some turbulence, particularly in Colorado, and some icing. Seems like Colorado's been getting a lot of it. I don't know if it's always like that, but they've been getting a lot of turbulence. Yeah, there's some IFR in West Texas. And then it looks like the real action is up around the Great Lakes area. There is, I guess, an occluded front stretching just north, on the north end of the Great Lakes, but lots of icing in Michigan, some turbulence. Oh, that's a low pressure. Yeah, I guess behind that front, and then up in New England, there's a little bit of turbulence as well. Let's see. I guess could you go to the products, the prog chart, and then maybe click it up a couple, go through the next couple ticks. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like it's gonna, yeah, so the front, that front from Colorado looks like it's gonna push down to the Gulf Coast. Looks like a lot of fog possible on the Texas coast, and some rain coming to the south along with that low pressure in the stationary front. And then in the northwest, there's a front coming in, bringing some rain. And then again, it looks like Great Lakes still going to have some some snow up there. Can you click on the air mets, please? And maybe remove the freezing the freezing level and surface winds. So it looks like, yeah. So in the so in the northwest, we've got the icing, some mountain obscurations, and then in the Colorado, New Mexico, and the southern Great Plains there, where that front currently is, there's some turbulence and some icing up in Kansas. And the IFR along the Gulf Coast, probably from that fog that's going to be setting in. And then in the Northeast, some more turbulence and icing, and up along the Great Lakes as well. So it looks like we got a couple of hot spots that we would have to keep an eye on if we were flying through there. I guess that's it.
All right. Yeah, so just to come back to observations real quick, I'd also like to note we have a center weather advisory, which is not super common, so I just want to talk about what that is. So this is the Air Traffic Control Center, the en route center, issuing an advisory that there is hazardous weather in this area. In this case, occasional IFR conditions, visibility below 3 statute miles in haze and dust, which is visible on satellite. And the reason why they're issuing that, like, there are parts of the country where 3-mile visibility wouldn't be a hazard. That is a hazard in West Texas and southern New Mexico because they almost never get it. So you're just not looking for it there. So they're issuing an advisory saying, hey, by the way, you might not be able to see the airport for once. And we also have an advisory for surface wind gusts up to 30 knots. Near Lubbock, but not quite covering Lubbock. So this isn't really covering any major airports or even like semi-major airports. And the last thing I wanted to talk about was this occluded front's probably better for it, honestly. But what you can see here is how the occluded front is the cold front caught up to the warm front. Both of them are splitting off of this, coming off of this low pressure system. There was a warm front, which turned into a stationary front, and a cold front, which caught up with the warm front, which formed the occlusion. That's usually the circumstance under which you're going to see an occluded front form. And similarly, again, we have the same thing here, except a little bit longer, where we had a warm front, we had a cold front, the cold front caught up to the warm front. Yeah. What do we got here for these severe PIREPs? I actually have no idea what type of airplane that is. That's fun. Okay, that's a Piper 28. I don't care about that. Okay, this matters. Does someone want to read me this PIREP here?
I'm gonna give it a shot.
Sure.
It's an urgent PIREP over CRW at 0010. Let's see, flight level during. I'm not immediately familiar with GD. Like glide or
Is during descent.
during. Okay. Oh yeah, should have known that. All right. Yeah, don't know that type code also, but remarks low level wind shear plus or minus 10 knots on a final to runway 23 at CRW airport.
Yeah, which is Charleston. So this is probably, if I had to guess, this is probably Breeze making this PIREP. Because this is so it says the aircraft type is Bombardier C Series CS300, known as the A220 now, A220-300. That going into Charleston, West Virginia sounds like Breeze, because that's the airplane they operate, and that's the type of airport they operate into. But maybe Delta or JetBlue is operating that. I don't know. So we got plus or minus 10 knots during descent on final approach to runway 23. This during descent is technically, this is not a standard abbreviation. The standard abbreviation is DURD. And then for during climb, it's DURC. But sometimes you'll see people add a G in there. I think they make it, they think it makes it clearer, which maybe it does, but.
Oh yeah, that threw me for a little loop.
Yeah. Yeah, like here we have a okay, this is a completely non-standard PIREP. This is actually us at Avelo. I know it's at Avelo because it's a 737-800 at ILG, which could only be us. So this is during climb on runway 01. They're reporting that they were at flight level 500 feet. They were at 500 feet, and that the bases of the clouds were at 500 feet. That's not how you're supposed to report this. You're supposed to do /WX and then say cloud bases 100 feet. Muhammad, I don't know what you're asking. The camera's supposed to be on while we are in class here. But yeah, here you can see it says DURC during climb. And here's another one for during descent, again being reported improperly, classic. And you can also see that sometimes a lot of times with PIREPs, they mess up the format because these are all typed out by people. Whereas a lot of the other things are built using automated systems. If you don't have a lot of screen space, it may save screen space by just showing the presentation. I'm showing other people's cameras.
Yeah, it's weird. When I first logged on, I saw everybody, but then right around the time, I guess we started the recording, everybody's went to not displaying. So I don't know. Who knows? But I can hear you and I can see your presentations. I'm good.
Well, that's good. That's good, at least. I don't know what's up with that. That's weird. Seems to have bugged out. But as long as we can see the presentation, I think that's probably close enough. So yeah, here, this just says remarks plus minus 5 knot final. So you can see it's not tagged as an urgent PIREP, but this should this should include the keyword LLWS for low level wind shear, and then that would automatically tag it as an urgent PIREP. So that's something you have to watch out for when you're looking at PIREPs. Is non-standard reporting language is very common. It shouldn't be, but that's just how life is sometimes. Anything else interesting around here? Yeah, this is how the sky is supposed to be reported. So as opposed to the PIREP that came from us that was probably passed through by a controller because it doesn't say AWC web. This is how you're supposed to report it. You're supposed to report SK broken 040. And if you ever put in a PIREP, which I'm not going to do right now because I'm not logged in, but I'm not going to show you how that looks because I'm not logged in to do that. But if you ever put in a PIREP, it will go, like, you'll have a form that you can fill out, but ATC doesn't. ATC just types this out. So they get the format wrong a lot. Because a lot of them don't do it as often as they probably should. Other things, as far as weather, looking at Denver is in a ground delay program for other. That's helpful. What's the advisory say? Staffing. That's convenient. And DCA ground delay program due to equipment outage. Newark for low ceilings. LaGuardia is a ground stop for low ceilings. That's fun. And Midway is having departure delays due to taxi times. We get a convective SIGMET here for these storms. Not too common in the summer, but not too common in the winter, but more common in the summer. You'll see a lot of these convective SIGMETs. It'll be rare you'll have a day where the US doesn't have at least one convective SIGMET on it. So it's line of thunderstorms 20 nautical miles wide from moving from 240 at 30 knots. And okay, it's not helpful. The useful part about these convective SIGMETs is they tell you how high the tallest tops of the clouds are. So you can get a sense of if your airplane may be able to clear that highest top or not. And if it can't, then you might want to start. You don't have to avoid the convective SIGMET entirely. In the summer, that's going to be basically impossible. But you need to make sure that your airplane is transiting through an area where the weather is not severe, where they are either ideally on top of the clouds or penetrating through an area of the storm that is not actually a severe thunderstorm. So like right here, if we were trying to get down through this, we could probably go around the back of it. Like this part of the convective SIGMET is not really important. That's why they only last 2 hours. They need to move pretty often. And then the other thing you might see is a center weather advisory for thunderstorms for when the SIGMET isn't issued, but they still want to alert people about it. And in this case, we're seeing area thunderstorms moving from 220 at 40 knots, tops to flight level 300. Conditions continuing beyond the end time of the advisory. The useful thing about center weather advisories is, as far as I know, they don't have a defined time frame. So it's not like a SIGMET where it lasts for 2 hours, 4 hours. It's literally the time frame that they specify, as far as I know. So this one began at 0047, ends at 0110. So they can just issue an advisory for a little pop-up and then get rid of it if they feel like it. And that's probably why they chose to do it with this one. Brian?
Excuse me. Are those center weather advisories, are those issued by the ATC center in which, where it is?
Yeah, they're
who?
issued by the, I forget the exact term, Center Weather Service Unit or something like that. They have meteorologists in the center that are issuing these things.
Okay.
Those meteorologists are also often responsible for passing on PIREPs and stuff like that. Not always. Sometimes it's actually the controllers doing it, but sometimes it's a meteorologist passing on the PIREPs. I think. I'm not completely sure. This is not my specialty, so someone who knows more about ATC might be able to correct me on those things. Yeah, this is how during descent is supposed to show up. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get started on the Jeopardy game. Everybody can see this just fine? This all works? Okay, cool. Let's see. Can I advance the slides? I can. Alrighty. Here are today's categories. Flight controls. I've got the power. Finding balance. There's an MEL for that. Up, up, and away. And Aviators Avionics. Alrighty. And it looks like it actually works, so we can actually pick specific ones instead of just going through them in order. So I'm not sure how to keep score on this. I don't think it's necessarily worth keeping score anyway. But if you guys want to keep score yourselves, you are welcome to do so. So let's go ahead and start off with finding balance for 100. What is the maximum takeoff weight of a CRJ 700? Sam.
75,000.
It is indeed 75,000 pounds. Alrighty, which one would you like to do next?
Up, and away for 200.
The areas of the CRJ 700 that are anti-iced using bleed air from the engines. Joseph.
The leading edges of the wing and the engine cowls.
That is correct. That's what it's going to be on most aircraft as well. Alrighty, which one next?
I've got power 400.
I've got the power for 400. What is the primary source of AC electrical power on the CRJ 700? Trevor.
The IDGs.
It is indeed the IDGs. How many of them do we have?
2.
We do have 2, 1 per engine. What's next?
Let's do. There's an MEL for that for 400.
Alrighty. The general MEL restrictions associated with the weather radar. Brian.
Let's see. No flying through an area of known or forecasted hazardous weather. I guess I think that's it. Yeah.
No flights into known or forecasted hazardous weather. Now, an interesting note here is that this is the way that it's worded is known or forecasted hazardous weather that can be detected with the weather radar. So, for one example, we once had a flight into Palm Springs. The weather was clear, but there was low-level wind shear forecasted. Now, because it was clear, we could dispatch that. Because while the weather radar can detect wind shear, it has a predictive wind shear feature, at least on the 737. I assume it does on the CRJ as well. So we can detect that wind shear in advance, but only if there is precipitation in the air that it can detect the movement of and find the wind shear. Because there was no precipitation, we couldn't find it with the weather radar, which meant that we could go. So, yeah, there can be some specifics as to what counts as hazardous weather. What are we doing next, Brian?
All right. About flight controls for 300.
Flight controls for 300. What is this flight control that is located on the horizontal stabilizer and controls pitch? Pete.
I'm not sure I can see everything because I'm on my phone right now, but I would say it'd have to be the elevator.
That is indeed going to be the elevator. Because our pitch control is going to be the elevator. Pitch trim is going to be the elevator trim. What are we doing next?
I'm gonna stay with flight controls for 500.
Flight controls for 500. Located on the top portion of the wings, assists in roll control at lower speeds.
Elion? No?
Betty, was that you?
Yes?
I
Is that
don't think that's what they mean in this case.
okay? Sorry. Lower the speed. Sorry. I don't know.
Alrighty, Pete.
Hey, sorry about that. Playing. Will those be the spoiler-ons?
Yeah. I think that's what they're looking for. That is our multifunction spoilerons. They are on the top portion of the wing. The difference between those two physically is that the multifunction spoilerons deploy out of the top of the wing. So they are in the wing and they go up. Whereas the ailerons are on the back of the wing and they go up and down, but they are on the same plane as the wing. If that makes
Sorry if I
sense.
jumped in front of you there, Trevor. I didn't realize that my hand was still raised.
No, you're fine. I was just helping out.
Okay, I'll go with the. I've got the power for 500.
Alrighty. What is our emergency source of AC electrical power on the CRJ 700? Brian.
The APU.
It is not the APU.
I thought
That is our
back.
backup source. It is not our
Oh.
emergency source.
It's the air. Oh, hold on, dude.
The thing that's
know.
called something else on literally every other airplane.
And Curse threw it out there also.
Oh, did you? Oh, the ADG.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah.
ADG, the air-driven generator.
I was trying to like say the word, man. Okay.
Yeah, so ADG, air-driven generator. Every other airplane in the world calls this a ram air turbine, but we're Canadian in this case, so we're special. We gotta have our own word.
I think my brain is already in Utah.
So yeah, that deploys out, provides electrical power. The electrical power also provides power to a hydraulic pump. I'm not going to say which hydraulic pump because I'm pretty sure that's another question. Alrighty. Which one would we like to do next?
Let's go with Aviators Avionics for 100.
Alrighty. What are V1, V2, and VR? Caitlin.
The V1's the takeoff decision speed, V2's the takeoff safety speed, and then VR would be the rotation speed.
That is correct. So, V1 is the point at which they make the decision whether to take off or not take off. Well, actually, it's the point at which the decision must have been made by then, because if you make the decision after V1, you're doing it wrong. VR happens after that one and is the point at which they pull back on the stick or on the control column to rotate the aircraft and begin flying. And V2's takeoff safety speed, it is the speed that must be maintained with one engine operative. All right. Which one are we doing next?
Let's do, there's an MEL for that for 200.
There's an MEL for that for 200. General MEL restrictions associated with the air conditioning pack. Caitlin.
Would it just be an altitude restriction?
That is indeed the answer they are looking for, is altitude restriction. So when we have a pack out, we are pressurizing the airport. We are pressurizing the airplane off of one pack. That is not going to provide the same amount of airflow, and therefore we cannot pressurize enough to reach higher altitudes. So we got an altitude restriction. All right, what are we doing next?
I've got the power for 200.
I got the power for 200. The number of hydraulic pumps and hydraulic systems on the CRJ 700. Alan.
We have 3 systems and 6 pumps.
That is correct. 2 pumps per system, 3 systems for 6 total pumps. Alrighty, and what are we doing next?
Let's do flight controls for 400.
Flight controls for 400. Located on the trailing edge of the wings and controls roll. Brian.
Those are the ailerons, right?
That is correct. Those are the ailerons. So the physical difference between the ailerons and the multifunction spoilerons is the multifunction spoilerons are on the top of the wing. They deploy out of the top of the wing, whereas the ailerons are on the same plane as the wing. They're on the trailing edge. What's next?
Let's go with up, and away for 300.
Up, and away for 300. Areas of the CRJ 700 that are anti-iced using electrical power. Alan.
The windshield and the pitot-static ports.
That is correct. Windshields and the pitot-static ports are anti-iced electrically. Which one are we doing next?
Let's do finding balance for 400.
Finding balance for 400. Weights that make up our payload. Take them.
Passengers and cargo.
That is correct. Passengers and cargo make up our payload. Which one would you like to do next?
Sorry, my mic was off. Flight controls for 200.
Flight controls for 200. This control is located on the vertical stabilizer and controls yaw. I see a response in the chat that it is the rudder, and that is correct. The rudder is on our vertical stabilizer. Like the aileron, it is in plane with the control, and it is on the trailing edge of the vertical stabilizer. Which one do we want to do next, Christopher? MEL for how much? Christopher, how much would you like to do MEL for? 100, 300, or 500? 500. Alrighty. The general MEL restrictions associated with the integrated drive generator. Caitlin.
The APU needs to be constantly running, and there's also an altitude restriction.
That is correct. The APU needs to be constantly running, and there's an altitude restriction. Specifically, the altitude restriction, if I recall correctly, is associated with the fact that the APU itself is running. The APU cannot run beyond a certain altitude because it's just not really designed to be used at maximum cruising altitude. It doesn't pull in enough air. Which one would you like to do next, Caitlin?
Aviators, avionics for 300.
Aviators avionics for 300. Contaminated runway. I think they're looking for the specific definition. Riley.
When more than 25% of the runway is covered in more than 1/8 inch of contaminant.
That is correct. 25% of the runway surface covered in more than 1/8 of an inch of contaminant. So there are 3 states that a runway can exist in: dry, wet, and contaminated. So anything that is not quite contaminated, but is not dry, we call wet. Wet is a very all-encompassing condition, let's say. All right, Riley, which one would you like to do next?
Let's do flight controls for 100.
Flight controls for 100. the primary flight controls on the CRJ 700. Take them.
The elevator, rudder, ailerons, and the multifunction spoilerons.
That is correct. Rudder, elevator, multifunction, spoilerons, and ailerons. And do the multifunction spoilerons have any purposes other than as a primary flight control?
They also act as spoilers, right, on the ground, slowing, like reducing lift.
They reduce our lift by forcing the air that would be going over the wing to go up instead, pushing us down into the ground. They can also be deployed in flight as flight spoilers. Only a couple of them deploy, and that helps us add drag and reduce speed. Or sorry, add drag and reduce lift in the air. All right, which one would you like to do next?
Finding balance for 200.
Finding balance for 200. All right, and we're getting close to the point where I'm going to start calling on people. So if you don't want to be called on, pick an answer you think you know. Finding balance for 200. The max landing weight of a CRJ 700. Lakeisha.
$67,000.
It is indeed 67,000 pounds. Alrighty. Which one would you like to do next?
Let's do finding balance 500.
Finding balance for 500. And this is going to be the last one. We're going to take a break after this one. And then we'll come back for the rest of these. Finding balance for 500. Aircraft performance is based on... Siwar.
It's based on one engine in up, and I gotta leave you guys. I'm taking a flight right now. Anybody is flying today or tomorrow? No, it's only me. Hey.
All alone.
Good night, or is it good morning for me? It's 5 a.m. in Dubai right now. At 16 hours flight.
Oh my
I'm
God.
lost. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
It makes sense for you to be leaving now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye bye. See you
All
all
right,
on
good
Monday.
luck.
Thank you.
I would say see you, but I'm not going to be there for the in-person. All right, so let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break here. We'll be back at 30 past, so 0130 Zulu. Alrighty. Alright. So, let's see where we're left. So, I'll go ahead and pick another one here. We haven't done a lot of up, and away, so let's do up, and away for 100 and see how that goes. Alrighty, what are the primary functions of our APU? Betty Sue.
Thank you. It's act as a backup for the IDGs to provide bleed air for engine starting.
Yeah, so those are the two answers they have in here. I would also add, in addition to this, it provides us with power on the ground. It's not power and air conditioning on the ground. It's not required to have that, but those are things that are good to have because it starts to get annoying pretty quickly when you don't have those.
I remember when we said about power underground, I don't remember which instructor said we don't need to put it, so not sure.
Yeah, it's not a required item, so you don't need to put that as an answer. And if it's a multiple choice question, you don't need to select the answer that has that. But that is another thing that the APU does. And in practical terms,
yes.
In practical terms, it is good to know that it does that.
Exactly. Thank you.
Which one would you like to do next?
So do up, and away 500.
Alrighty. The stages of the engine that are used for bleed air. Brian.
The 6th and the 10th.
That is correct. 6th and the 10th. And this would be true for anything else that uses the same engines. It is not true for any other airplane. Not necessarily, anyway. Could be a coincidence that it uses the same ones. Which one would you like to do next?
Okay. Let's do aviators avionics for 500.
Aviators avionics for 500. What is method 2 drift down? Trevor.
Take off at a weight where if you lose an engine at cruise, that you can drift down to an alternate and still clear all obstacles by 2,000 feet and 5 statute miles on either side.
That is correct. So this is the method that we call having a drift down alternate. And extra credit, Does that drift down alternate need to meet our alternate weather minimums?
I would say no.
Brian?
Yeah, no. That's, I guess, because it'd just be landing minimums, right?
Yeah, so this is an open debate. It depends on your FAA inspector is the answer. So for SkyWest, I think the answer is no. For us at Avella, the answer is actually yes. So it does depend on the FAA inspector and how they choose to interpret that regulation.
So would
That
that
one
be in
is
your
open.
open. Would that be in your op specs then for that airline?
It would be in your manuals, probably, possibly. I think ours was distributed by a memo, and we still haven't gotten around to actually putting it in a manual. But you know, just small airline things. All right, which one would you like to do next, Trevor?
I've got the power for 300.
I got the power for 300. What are our 3 sources of AC electrical power? Alrighty. Arian.
Is there a ADG APU and the GPU by any chance?
Not the GPU, because we're talking about this should include the words in flight.
In fact, yeah, APU, IDG, one of them, right?
Yes. So the IDGs, the ADG, and the APU are our 3 sources of electrical
IDG,
power.
APU, and GPU. Okay.
Yeah. We do have 2 of the IDGs, so technically there's 4 sources. If you want to get technical about it, but there's 3 systems that provide AC electrical power. Which one would you like to do next?
Let's just finish off. I have got the power 100.
Sure. This system powers the brakes, moves flight controls, and the landing gear. Sam.
Hydraulic?
Yes. So this is going to be our hydraulic system. How many hydraulic systems do we have?
2?
We actually have 3. So we have our, I think it's System A and System B, and then we have the, I forget what the backup system is called. So I don't know the CRJ that well. This is true on most aircraft, though. You'll have 3. Because you'll want you'll want 2 primaries and then 1 backup system that powers all the essential stuff. Which one would you like to do next, Sam?
There's an MEL for that 300.
MEL for that for 300. The general MEL restrictions associated with the bleed air system. Christopher has it in chat. Icing and altitude, specifically no icing conditions and altitude restriction. Someone on our dispatch Discord just had this today. They had a flight from Toronto to Detroit, and the pilots had to declare an emergency because they had a bleed air failure. And if you remember from our weather brief, there's icing conditions all over in that area. Alrighty, which one would you like to do next, Chris? Finding balance for 300. The factor that determines our landing category. Peter.
Would be approach speed.
Yes. So as our approach speed, which is, if I recall correctly, 1.3 times our stall speed in the landing configuration. And what is our category on the CRJ 700?
C Charlie.
It is, yeah. Provided nothing's broken, at least. Which one would you like to do?
MEL for 100.
There's an MEL for that for 100. Document that specifies which equipment can be inoperative on an aircraft and still operate safely. Kyrie. Would you like to take this one, Kyrie?
That's describing an MEL.
That is. MEL, the minimum equipment list. Someone needs to learn how to spell. The minimum equipment list. Also the CDL and the NEF, non-essential furnishings, also describe these things. And which one would you like to do next?
We'll do up, and away for 400.
Up, and away for 400. It is our daily double. Woohoo. That would mean a lot if we were tracking points. Document that specifies which non-structural external parts can be missing on an aircraft and still operate safely.
It's
Lakeisha.
The CDL.
It is the CDL. That's a little overly specific of phrasing because it's not necessarily missing items, but I mean, it usually is, so. Can also be damaged items, though. Which one would you like to do next?
Go 400.
Alrighty, Aviators Avionics for 400. What is method 1 drift down? This one, I think we haven't heard from Brett, Natalie, Muhammad, or Joseph, if I'm correct. So whichever one of you wants to give this one a shot.
I'll go. With one engine in op, you would safe landing at 5 miles and 1,000 feet.
Where is our engine failing?
That's a great question. What do you mean where?
So the difference between method 1 and method 2 isn't just the distance that you cleared the obstacles by, it is also where you are considering the engine to fail.
Yeah, I just remember it as one engine in op, and then 5 miles and 1,000 feet.
Brian?
Is it any point after the V1 speed?
That is correct. And Natalie, I saw your hand raised. What happens if we can't meet that and we still need to do method 1?
Would you just return to takeoff?
No, we would actually have to weight restrict the aircraft. So it's takeoff at a weight that if an engine failure occurs anywhere from V1 to the destination, the aircraft will clear all obstacles by 1,000 feet within 5 statute miles of either side of the intended route until reaching the destination. So if we can't meet this, and we also can't do method 2 because, I don't know, maybe there's no alternates that we can use for whatever insane reason we want to come up with. There's no alternates that are available. Like, it's the apocalypse and they're all closed or something. Then we have to weight restrict the aircraft so that our weight is able to execute method 1. So the differences between method 1 and method 2 are, for method 1, you weight restrict in order to meet the restrictions. For method 2, you find a better alternate in order to meet any restrictions that you have. For method 1, the engine fails at V1 or anywhere afterwards. For method 2, the engine fails at cruise. And for method 1, you're clearing all obstacles by 1,000 feet and 5 miles. And for method 2, you're clearing all obstacles by 2,000 feet and 5 miles. So those are the 3 differences. Take them.
What happens if you plan for method 2, but then your engine goes in op before cruise? Method 1.
So the plan in that case would be to return to the origin.
Okay.
That now is worth noting that method 1 and method 2 are just planning systems. These are just verifying regulatory compliance. These are not like if you ask a pilot what method 1 and method 2 drift down are, they will have no idea.
Oh, okay.
This is not something where they might know some stuff about method 2 a little bit just because they need to know how to get to the alternates, but that's all that they would know, because this is just for regulatory compliance. It's like a takeoff alternate. You are listing the takeoff alternate to verify that you have someplace to go, not because that's where the pilots absolutely have to go. They will do what is necessary under the circumstances, because when you have an engine failure, that is an emergency. And the pilot in command is authorized to do whatever is necessary under the circumstances. So they don't have to follow your plan. You're just ensuring that they have a plan.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Hey, could you mention those the three differences again?
Yeah, sure. So the first difference is that the way I described it, the first difference was that in method 1, you are ensuring that you are taking off at a weight to where you can meet those restrictions. In method 2, you are ensuring that you have enough alternates en route to be able to meet the engine out performance restrictions. In method 1, you are assuming that the engine fails at or after V1. In method 2, you are assuming that the engine fails in cruise. And the third difference is in method 1, you are clearing all obstacles by 1,000 feet and 5 miles either side, and 1,000 feet vertically, 5 miles either side. And in method 2, you are clearing them by 2,000 feet vertically and 5 miles either side. So those are going to be our three differences.
Thank you.
No problem. And last one, aviators and avionics for 200. General MEL restrictions associated with the anti-skid. Joseph?
I believe it's cannot land on a contaminated or wet runway, or maybe just contaminated.
It is just contaminated.
Okay.
No landing or takeoff on a contaminated runway. Now, the performance restrictions associated with landing on a wet runway may preclude that, and in most cases they will. Like, for example, on the 737, if I recall correctly, it's about 9,000 feet of runway that we need to land on a wet runway. So that precludes everything except the biggest airports, just on its own. But yes, technically, you can land on a wet runway if you can manage to derive the numbers. Alrighty, and we're going to do Final Jeopardy. Or, I'm sorry, Final Geoparody. The emergency backup pump for the CRJ 700 hydraulic system. I knew it was coming. What is our emergency pump for the CRJ 700? So my thought on how to do this is we type it in chat, but we don't send it until the timer runs out. So I'm going to give you a little bit because this timer is fairly short, I think.
think Betty has a fast internet connection.
Alrighty. 3B is correct. Everybody got it. That's good. That's what we want to see. Our 3B pump is our emergency backup pump for the hydraulic system. It is powered by the air-driven generator. Now, I don't remember if it's powered only by the air-driven generator. That's beyond my knowledge, but alrighty. So let's close that and let's go over to I don't remember exactly what the situation is with the legal to go worksheets. Have you been doing these on your own time and we are supposed to review them? Or is this something that is this new to you? This particular one, legal to go worksheet number 9.
At first, we were doing them in class all together, but it's been weeks since we've done them in class. So I don't think we've done worksheet 9 yet.
All right, so we can do this one in class here today. So this is legal to go worksheet number 9, and we are at Helena using the ILS or localizer Zulu runway 27. That should be in your charts. Although, what I can do, I can duplicate this and I can pull up the charts, because that would be fun. All right. Flight planning, Jeppesen charts, KHLN should be up there. Helena, there we go. Alrighty. ILS or localizer Zulu runway 27. Gonna be a little hard to read there, but we got it at least. So we have our, well, I'll leave it to you guys to read those NOTAMs, unless someone would like to read those to the class. Alrighty. Brian.
All right. So these, okay, that's Helena. Okay. So this was issued by HLN. Is that, what do we call it? Or do we call those domestic NOTAMs? If it's coming from the airport itself?
We call them domestic NOTAMs in this format, yes.
Okay. All right. Cool. And this was the 100, the first, well, it looks like all 3 of them. Maybe this isn't important, but these are the 104th NOTAM on for September.
Yeah, someone forgot to edit that.
Yeah. Yes. So anyway, but these are, okay, so the first one is for runway 27. The ALS is out of service from September 10th, 2019 at 1730 Zulu until September 13th, 2019 at 1400 Zulu. The second one has for runway 27, the glide slope is out of service from September 13th, 2019 at 10 a.m. Zulu till October 6th, 2019 at 10:30 Zulu. And then the last one is just the ILS on runway 27 is out of service from September 13th, 2019 at 1800 Zulu until October 15th, 2019 at 1800 Zulu.
All right. So yeah, we got our 3 NOTAMs. NOTAMing a whole bunch of stuff out of service. So this is a particularly interesting situation. We have our ETA on the 13th at 800 Zulu. Would we be legal to dispatch, and do we require an alternate? We have our charts, we have our weather, we have our NOTAMs. The real question is, what are our minimums? Whoops. It's supposed to be there.
Would landing mints still be 200.5 for this one?
Well, we have 3 NOTAMs that are affecting our minimums. So that's up to you. We have some people saying yes, legal, yes, alternate, legal with alternate. Are you sure that you checked the NOTAMs correctly? Because that's not what I'm getting. So what I'm looking at here is we have our approach lagging system is inoperative. Our glide slope is inoperative, but the glide slope inoperative. Right, times. That's correct. You are correct. I'm wrong. The minimums are still 200.5. So we are legal and we do not need an alternate. We do need an alternate, sorry, because we have 1 mile visibility. It is worth noting this tempo is also active at the same time. Tempo is active at the same time, but we take the worst weather out of both. So we do require the alternate. We are legal though, because these NOTAMs are not in effect yet. So that is a good catch by you and a embarrassing miss by me. Alrighty. So for 16:30 on the 13th, are we legal to go, and do we require an alternate? We are indeed legal, and we do not require an alternate. Because we have the glide slope inoperative, but our weather is also quite good. So now, here is a key point. We have 2 different glide slope out minimums. Not essential in this particular case, but could be in some other ones. If the aircraft is capable of identifying the point Orion, then we can use these minimums. If we are not capable, then we have to use these minimums. Note 2 report says DME is from Helena VOR. DME use requires simultaneous reception of IHLN and HLN DME. So you have to have a second. You have to have a second navigation radio to receive the DME channel. We can do that. So we can use these lower minimums with Orion. Trevor?
I have a question that's somewhat related to that. It's not relevant to this particular approach plate, but sometimes it says with local altimeter setting and then with some other altimeter setting. Is that other one like a center, or where is that from, and what situation would that be relevant?
Typically, that's for if you have the altimeter setting for a nearby airport, and typically the situation in which that would be relevant is if you are a smaller aircraft that does not have the ability to. So in a lot of airspace, it is not required to have a radio. And if you are flying into an uncontrolled airspace, you don't necessarily have to have a radio. So you could be in a situation where you can't listen to the local weather, and all that you have is the weather from a farther out source, further distance, in which case you use different modems. It's also for if the weather isn't reporting at that area, or that specific airport isn't reporting altimeter setting. At the airlines, we don't ever use that because we have authorization to use what's called RTMA, real-time mesoscale analysis, which is a product produced by the National Weather Service. And that provides us with a estimate based on weather modeling of what the temperature and atmospheric pressure are at any given airport in the US. So we have authorization to use that, and we add a safety factor to it, and then we use it. We do not use the nearby airport in Part 121 operations. Realistically.
So is that something that we would be passing along to the pilots, or
yes, we would be required to pass along the RTMA data within 1 hour from their landing.
Okay. And would that show up in a NOTAM or something like that or in, I guess, the local METAR that it's not reporting altimeter or something? And then
you would have to catch it in the METAR. You would have to look at the METAR and see that it's not reporting that data, and then go find the RTMA data, which takes a second because it's buried in, but it's there. Okay. Our manuals have a clickable link to it. I don't know how other airlines do it, but that's how we do it.
Gotcha. Thanks.
No problem. And for question 3, our ETA is 10:25 on the 13th. Are we legal to go? Do we require an alternate? I'm seeing some people say not legal. Someone want to tell me why?
The tempo line is showing 1 statute mile of visibility, but at 1025, we need to have 2 statute miles since the glide slope and ALS are both out.
That is correct. We need our 2 miles of visibility, and we can't get there. I also appreciate that you correctly answered. I don't know if you saw it. We don't have the ceiling either, but that doesn't matter for legal to go. Would matter if this was an alternate, but it's not. ETA 2255 on the 13th. Are we legal to go, and do we require an alternate? I'll give you a hint. this should be a fairly quick answer because we are basing this entirely off of one approach plate. Not legal because we have no ILS. That is correct. Our ILS is noted out of service after 18 Zulu. Now, do we have other approaches we could use? Let's see. That's circling, we can't do that. That's circling, we can't do that. Even the localizer back course is circling. Okay, yeah, we straight up don't have any approaches at all. So that's fun. Even if we were not using just this approach, we would still be illegal. Alrighty, so for 23 Zulu on the 12th, are we legal? And do we require an alternate? Legal, alternate required seems to be the consensus. Someone want to explain?
There's only 2 statute miles of visibility, in our, hour before, hour after, so we need alternate.
That is correct, but we do have the full ILS mins of 200.5, so we are good. We are good to go, but we do need that alternate. And number 6, ETA 1445 on the 13th. Are we legal? Do we need an alternate? Alrighty. So the consensus again appears to be yes and yes. We are legal and we do require an alternate. Someone want to explain that one?
So for this one, it looks like just the glide slope is out of service during the time frame. So to be legal to go, we'd 800 feet and 1 3/4 statute mile. And we're looking at, where was it? 1445. That 10 o'clock line, and we have the visibility, so we're good for the legal. But we do not have 3 statute miles visibility. So we need an alternate.
So the answer is correct. The reasoning is not. We do have the ALS inoperative also.
Okay, got it.
Whoop. Sorry. I again did not read that expiration time correctly. We do have the ALS operative. It actually wouldn't matter, but you are correct. So this ends at 14 Zulu.
Do we not take into account the tempo line for that one?
The tempo line ends at the last time that it is active is 13:59. So it ends 14 Zulu. We are back to the from line here.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So this one's a little tricky.
I think for the alternate we would consider it though, because plus or minus. But I mean, regardless of the main line, we don't qualify.
For legality is always instantaneous. So it's always the exact minute that you arrive.
Right. No, I just mean for the alternate ones.
Yeah, whether we require an alternate, it's considered. Yeah. So yeah, our visibility is 1 3/4. Because we're going to the destination, we actually don't care about the ceiling. So the fact that we meet the ceiling is irrelevant for legality. All right. So while we are on our break here, I'd like you all to consider what things you are still unsure of, what things you would like to discuss further. And when we come back from the break, I can start reviewing things that you guys are unsure of, that you would like more practice on. And we can come back at 40 past, so 15 minutes. Alrighty. How's everybody's break? People had a good break, bad break, terrible.
Mine was terrible. I had to do laundry.
Oh no.
My least favorite chore.
I'm just trying to see if I can find a particular supporting document to my answer to these questions. I am not sure that I will find it. That's not it. That's not it either. That's not it. I think that might be it. Yeah, that's not it. Okay, that's an interesting one. Is that it? No, that's okay. Well, I can't find it, unfortunately. We'll just have to continue without that. So, there's a bunch of related questions to start off the week 6 study guide. So, let's talk about this. So, applied dispatch scenarios. What should you do if your flight is about to depart and an alternate airport was not required during flight planning, but now the weather conditions have changed and an alternate is required before leaving the gate? The regulation is very clear. You have to add the alternate. In this case, the flight has not departed. There is a certain airline named SkyWest that has a system that is called, if we go down to question 3, point of dispatch, wherein they consider that a flight has departed when the captain signs the release. They have approval from the FAA to do this. However, this is not how the regulation actually works. There is a letter of interpretation that is an official interpretation from the FAA that states that is not how this works. Nonetheless, the way that SkyWest does it is legal, as they have sign off from their inspectors, despite the fact that the FAA in general disagrees and no other airline does it that way. So if you go to SkyWest, your flight has departed when the captain signs the release. And in that case, once the flight has departed, you do not need to add an alternate, even if the weather changes to requiring one. Now, if you can, if the fuel supply allows it, it is prudent to add one. However, it is not required. At other airlines, the definition is typically that the flight has departed when the flight takes off. Specifically when the throttle levers are advanced for the purpose of takeoff. I believe the actual interpretation from the FAA is that that is conservative and the flight is considered to have departed according to the FAA interpretation when it moves under its own power for the purposes of flight. Now, so those are all different definitions of the same thing. Whatever your airline considers to be when the flight departs, presumably they will have some justification and FAA buy-in for how they define that. When the flight has departed, under your airline's definition, you are not required to add an alternate, even if the weather changes. When the flight has not yet departed, you do have to add the alternate, even if it requires more fuel, and you may have to take a delay to do that. So, what should you do if your flight is about to depart and an alternate airport was not required during flight planning, but now the weather conditions have changed and an alternate is required before leaving the gate? You should add the alternate, and you should ensure that the flight has the fuel to add the alternate.
Hey, Andrew.
Mhm.
Hey, I'm back. Does the captain have to sign an amended dispatch release in order
Yes.
for that to be legal? Okay. And can he do that over the comms link?
Yeah,
Or
so we can
will they just bring it
issue-
to him at the gate?
It depends on how your airline does it. The way my airline does it is we can send an ACARS message with the changed items on the release only. And it has to include our initials, date and time, all of the required elements of the dispatch release, and there's something else that I'm forgetting. Oh, the amendment number. But that depends on how your airline does it. All that the regulation requires is that you record that amendment, is the phrasing used in the regulation. Each person who amends a release each person who amends a dispatch release shall record that amendment, is, I believe, the exact wording. But yes, you do have to get the captain to sign it again. And they can do that over ACARS by just sending their initials back, at least for us. I don't know how that is for other airlines. What should you do if your flight is about to depart and an alternate airport was not required during flight planning, but now the weather conditions have changed and an alternate is required, but now the flight is taxiing out? At some airlines, the answer to this will be go back to the gate and add the alternate. At some airlines, the answer to this would be continue. Avelo and SkyWest both agree in this case you don't have to come back to the gate to add the alternate unless you feel that it is a safety of flight issue, in which case you should come back. But if you feel that you have a safe plan, even without the alternate, you can continue. If you and the captain agree that that continuing is safe, then you can continue. Important point, it can't just be your decision, so you do have to let the captain know that the weather has changed and ask for his input. Brian?
So when you say you determine that it's safe, is that like, for example, it's just barely within those, the 1, 2, barely not passing the 1, 2, 3 rule kind of thing?
Yeah.
Is it that kind of, or it's kind of a borderline thing? Okay.
Yeah, we're it's kind of borderline, and there are some airlines that have exemptions to go below 1, 2, 3 rule. At Avelo we don't, so I don't know exactly what that entails, but I know that some airlines can go as low as 111.
But as far as the legal, as far as the regulations, is it that you should return to your gate?
So my understanding is, I don't have the interpretation in front of me. The FAA interpretation, I believe, states that you do not have to return to the gate in this case. But there are certainly airlines that interpret it more conservatively than that. What is the point of dispatch? This is a SkyWest only thing. No other airline does this, to my knowledge. Point of dispatch is when the captain signs the release. The flight is considered to have departed at that point. Only SkyWest gets to do this. I'm recorded, so I won't speculate on how much they're paying their inspector. What should you do if your flight is en route and an alternate airport was not required during flight planning, but the weather conditions have since deteriorated and an alternate is now required? So this depends. You do not have to add the alternate. However, if you believe that you would need the alternate in order to be safe, if you or the captain believes that you would need the alternate to be safe, and you do not have the fuel to add the alternate, the safest course of action is to divert. And that is what the regulations require. So if, for example, it was forecasted to be 10 and clear, and you dispatch it without an alternate with, whatever your company's minimum fuel is, and you go up there and the weather tanks to below minimums. This is particularly a thing. If you go to SkyWest, you'll find this happens a lot with Arcega. So Arcega in particular is notorious for doing this. Santa Rosa also, at the time SkyWest goes there, does that a lot, where it tanks down to minimums. And in that case, you might want to divert and pick up more gas and then go give it a shot if it's still legal. Lakeisha?
Sorry, but is it like illegal to add an alternate once it takes off, or can we do that?
You can add an alternate once the flight takes off. That is an amendment. An amendment is a legally defined procedure, if only vaguely. So you can absolutely amend the release to add an alternate if you have the fuel on board to do so. And I believe the regulations explicitly state that you can amend to add an alternate if you have the fuel on board to do so. In fact, I think that's the only regulation that talks about amendments. So everything else about amendments is inferred from that one regulation. So yeah, if you have the fuel on board, you should add the alternate in every case. Now, this question here is a more legally defined scenario. What should you do if an alternate airport was required for your flight at the time of flight planning, but your flight is now en route and your selected alternate is no longer legal? The regulation is very, very clear. You must amend to a new alternate that is legal. If you cannot do so, you must divert. There is no ambiguity in the regulation on this one. You absolutely have to have it. If you dispatched it with an alternate, you must have a legal alternate on that flight for the rest of the flight. So if you don't have a legal alternate within your fuel range and you dispatched it with an alternate, you have to divert. You have to stop somewhere and pick up more gas. So this one is not personal preference, not judgment. This one is 100% defined exactly by the regulations.
Do you have that reference, the reg number?
I can look it up. Do. Okay. So 121.631 Bravo. Let me just copy paste that. No person, actually, I'll just pull it up on the page here since I have it open. Original dispatch or flight release, redispatch or amendment of dispatch or flight release. So B, no person may allow a flight to continue to an airport to which it has been dispatched or released unless the weather conditions at an alternate airport that was specified in the dispatch release are forecast to be at or above the alternate minimums specified in the operation specifications for that airport at the time the aircraft would arrive at the alternate airport. However, the dispatch or flight release may be amended en route to include any alternate airport that is within the fuel range of the aircraft as specified in, etc., in the fuel regulations. So you can amend to add a new alternate. If you can't do that, you can't continue the flight. You must go somewhere that is legal, does not require an alternate, or you can list a legal alternate for. Joseph.
So if you were to change like you'd have to divert like your destination to be your alternate, would that alternate still have to maintain those minimums, or would you like redispatch it as
So if
the
you
destination?
if you immediately go to the alternate and the alternate is legal, you would still, in pretty much every circumstance where the alternate is not legal to list as an alternate, it would require 1, 2, 3 rule. And in that case, you would have to list an alternate for that circumstance. So if you are issuing an amendment to go to a new airport, a new destination, you still have to follow that rule, as far as I know. In fact, I'm pretty sure if you amend the release for any reason, if based on basically the rule says you cannot dispatch an airport, you can't dispatch an airplane without following the 1, 2, 3 rule. So if you are amending the release, my interpretation of that is you're dispatching an airplane. Now, I don't know if that's how the FAA interprets that. I don't think we have any specific guidance on that at Avelo. I don't know if other airlines would. But my personal because that's my interpretation is more restrictive than the alternative. So that's how I've always done it. Is if I'm amending a release and for reasons unrelated to an alternate and the destination now requires an alternate, I'm adding the alternate. If I'm amending the release to go to a different destination, redispatching is actually what that's called, is redispatching to a different destination, then we are required to, because that in that case, I believe you are definitively dispatching. So you are required to include an alternate if that is required. So there is a specific regulation. No person may change an original destination or alternate airport that was specified in the original dispatch or flight release to another airport, while the aircraft is en route unless the other airport is authorized for that type of aircraft and the appropriate requirements of 121, 593 through 661 and 121, 173 are met. So what's 121, 173? Okay, that's a bunch of irrelevant stuff. 593 through 661. Okay. Okay, so it has to be done by a dispatcher. That's good to know. So 593 through 661, if I recall correctly. Yeah, 593 through 661 includes the 123 rule. So there's your answer. That actually is legally defined. Good to know. So if we are amending the destination, we do have to follow the 123 rule. That's actually explicit. I didn't know that it was explicit till just now, but it is. So yeah, to 5, the answer is very clearly we require a legal alternate at all times once we have listed an alternate. What should you do if your flight is en route and the TAF changes and now you no longer have landing minimums at your destination? We are legal to continue in this case. However, in my personal interpretation, my personal belief is if we do not have an alternate in this case, I'm not doing that. So if we no longer have landing minimums at the destination, and I have reason to believe that that's actually going to happen, and we don't have an alternate, I'm going somewhere. And that somewhere isn't the destination. But we are allowed to continue. Again, this has to be you and the captain, so you have to advise the captain that this has happened, and the captain has to agree to continue. This is a joint decision. This is not your sole decision, nor is it the captain's sole decision. It is both of you. But you are allowed to continue in this case. What does DRM stand for? So DRM is Dispatch Resource Management. So what that is using all the resources at your disposal, using everybody else in the organization to help you make safe and appropriate decisions when you are dispatching. It is sort of, it's related to crew resource management, wherein the crew on board the aircraft should be using all of the resources they have available, including you in dispatch, in order to effect a safe outcome of the flight. And that means that even if you're, so for example, if someone that has less experience than you is suggesting, hey, I don't think this is legal, you shouldn't just dismiss that out of hand because they have less experience than you. If someone with more experience than you is telling you that it's legal and you think it's not, you shouldn't just automatically accept their belief because they have more experience than you. So the purpose of DRM is to enable us to make better decisions and not be overridden by one person's opinion, whether that's our opinion or somebody else's. We should be using as many people as possible when the decision gets complicated. Most commonly, you may have people like duty managers regional controllers, stuff like that, in sort of semi or actually supervisory roles, telling you to do one thing or another. Keep in mind that in most cases, these people are not necessarily dispatch qualified at your airline and may not even have dispatch licenses. So their job is different than your job. They are not responsible for the safety of the aircraft. You are. To be slightly crude about it, feel free to tell them to eat shit. But also, if they have an opinion that a flag is not safe or not appropriate to send, that's worth taking on board for sure. We should always be taking the most restrictive interpretation of stuff if we're ever even slightly not sure. If you have multiple issues at the same time, what flight should take priority? Flights in the air or flights on the ground? Any guesses? Flights in the air, always. Always, always, always. Now, there are certain circumstances where it's like, you know, like if a flag in the air is asking you for, is like asking you what their gate is, and you have a flag on the ground that's about to depart and needs an alternate, you know, you should be dealing with the flight that, you know, you need to get an alternate on that flight and make sure that they're safe. So there is some nuance to this. It's not just a hard and fast thing. But if a flight in the air is asking you for a safety related thing, even vaguely safety related, that's more important than a flight on the ground. You know, if they're asking you what the sports score is, though, they're not automatically more important. What is fatigue? How would people define fatigue?
Maybe sleep or rest deprived to the point to where it affects your decision making.
Yeah. I think there's like an official definition somewhere, but I don't remember it off the top
That's
of my
what
head.
I was wondering. Yeah.
Yeah. It's, you know.
I don't like this study guide. I mean, unless it's, there's just a lot of open-ended stuff here. You know, all the other ones are very specific.
I think you can add things like, you know, heavy workloads over a long period of time, lack of rest or sleep, like you said, long periods of work without proper rest, being awake for too long at one time, then operating during low points in your circadian rhythm, like for night shift work.
Yeah.
But the effect on the
all
body
things
by all those
that are
things.
fatiguing. Yeah. Yeah. I would say that fatigue is really, it's one of several physiological conditions that can impact your job performance. Others include like drugs, alcohol, stuff like that. Obviously, you don't want to be drunk or on drugs at work. That is illegal. But more than that, it's why it's illegal. It impacts your job performance. But fatigue can be just as bad as being drunk. So if you are significantly tired, I forget what the exact study is, but it's equal to like, there is a certain level of fatigue, and it's actually not that much that is about equivalent to being legally drunk on the job. So fatigue is a significant thing. The other one is stress also. And stress and fatigue go hand in hand. The more stressed you are, the more tired you're going to be because you're not getting as good sleep when you're stressed. And when you're tired, you're going to be more stressed. And it can turn into a bit of a vicious cycle. So what effect can fatigue have on a dispatcher or pilot? It's going to reduce our performance, first of all. It's going to make us slower to think. It's going to make us not think of as many things. It's not going to, we're not going to get the answers to questions right. This is also part of what DRM is for ensuring that, because when you are tired, you are a very bad judge of how tired you are. And I'm just saying that you specifically to everybody, because that's just true for everybody. If you think you are good at judging how tired you are, I promise you, you are not. Nobody is an exception to that. Everybody is bad at judging how tired they are. That's just how the human body works, is it's not as obvious to us as it is to other people. The best way to judge how tired you are is how poorly you were performing on the job. And by that point, it's too late. So the particular important part of fatigue is to understand that fatigue reduces your performance in a somewhat invisible way until you start to notice the decrease in your performance. And by that point, you've already screwed it up. So fatigue is scary. Get good sleep. What type of rest is required for a dispatcher per the FARS? I'll answer this with a very simple answer, not enough, but does anyone know what the specific number is?
There's one part that says if duty exceeds 10 hours in a 24-hour period, then an 8-hour rest period is mandatory, either prior to or after the shift. And then
Yes.
24 hours off in any 7 consecutive day period.
Yes. So those are our rest regulations, as minimal as they are, but at least there's something, as opposed to, like duty managers and stuff. There are airlines that work duty managers in 12-hour shifts because they can. So that's the other big, is we're only allowed to work 10-hour shifts. If we are working as dispatchers under Part 121 domestic or flag. If we are working as flight followers under Part 121 supplemental, or God forbid, Part 135, you have no rest regulations whatsoever. So that's important to know and to understand about going outside of the Part 121 world, is that your job protections go down significantly. And I promise you, the difference between having mandated 10-hour shifts maximum and being able to do 12-hour shifts, you will notice. You will notice that difference. Okay, additional notes. So that's all that we have on that one. Somebody have any questions about the study guide? Brian.
Do you know if these are included as part of the final quiz, since we're not actually taking a specific quiz for this stuff?
I would say it's very possible that some or many of these will be on the final quiz, yes. I don't know exactly. I don't remember exactly what's on the final quiz, but I know that there's a decent number of these that are on there, just like all of the study guides. And the final quiz does include open-ended questions, if I remember correctly. I could pull it up on another page and see what I can dig up. Quizzes. Okay. Okay, so I'm wrong, actually, that there are open-ended questions. They are all multiple choice or true or false. But a number of them have more than 4 possible answers. So they do get a little more complicated than some of the online quizzes were. So there's true or false questions, there's multiple choice questions, and there's, I think, one question where you have to match the item with the definition.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
About control stress.
You're almost completely inaudible. I heard like a quacking noise. Man, this is some Eric level reception. And when you guys do an Eric call, you'll get that joke. Yeah, so that may have to be typed out, Christopher. I can't hear you.
It's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so all right. So if nobody has anything specific that they'd like to review, if anybody does have anything specific, some examples of things that I'm noting: landing minimums, alternate minimums, MELs, NOTAMs, METARs, TAFs, PIREPs, winds and temps aloft, SIDS and stars, en route charts, Jeppesen charts, and route building are all things that are being noted as review items. So if we'll again take a 10-minute break here, but if anybody has any specifics out of that list, and I'll paste it in the chat for if anybody has any specific notes. But yeah, we'll go on break for our 10 minutes here till 30 past or 3:30. All right. So, just a quick detour before we, Muhammad has a request that we do some route building, which I will endeavor to fulfill. But before we do that, I did find the interpretation that I was looking for. As far as when a flight begins. So this is, I believe, it's called the Duncan interpretation, 2014. So they asked in relation to 121.601, which requires dispatchers to provide pilots with information pertaining to weather services and navigation facilities before and during the flight. And question 1, when does a flight begin? They're quite explicit. Completion of the dispatch release does not represent the beginning of the flight. A PIC does not begin a flight simply by signing a dispatch release. And yet SkyWest is allowed to do that. Can't explain that, but they go further down and they state a flight begins when the aircraft departs, pushes back, or taxis from the departing gate or ramp area. So that is the controlling interpretation for most airlines. So they find that a flight begins when the aircraft departs from the departing gate. So before you depart from the departing gate, you are required to provide amendments for things like an alternate that is now required. You're required to provide certain weather information prior to flight. You're required to provide certain weather information during flight. That changes slightly. That's what this interpretation is about specifically. But the definition of when a flight begins should also carry over to other regulations. All right. So, while we're here, who wants to give me 2 airports that are in our Jeppesen charts? Any random 2 airports, and we can build a route. Well, accepting routes from the mainland to Hawaii or vice versa, because that would be bad. That would be ETOPS, and we're not training ETOPS in this class. In fact, I'm not even qualified to train ETOPS. I don't know how to do it. What would be a fun one? How far east can we get? All right, so we have charts for Great Falls, Glacier Park, Grand Junction. Let's do Great Falls to Monterey. Is that a thing that anyone is actually ever going to do? No. Do I care? Also no. Alrighty. So the first thing I'm going to look for when I do route building is, do we have any departures? So do we have any departures out of Great Falls? We do not. We only have approaches. Alrighty, so now I'm going to look for arrivals into Monterey. So Monterey down here. We have, okay, so if I scroll up. All right, so we have departure, and approach plates. So we do not have any standard terminal arrivals. We have no stars into Monterey. We do actually have SIDS from Monterey, but we don't have any stars. So this should be a interesting example. How are we supposed to get to Monterey? So I would say that we want to get to a place where we can start an approach. So where can we start approaches from? ILS goes from Salinas VOR. Localizer also from Salinas VOR, although it's not explicitly defined, could go to Wiggle, which I don't know where that is. So let's see, Wiggle is not on this map. All right, so let's use SNS VOR. So we're going to go to SNS VOR. So I'll just put that in the bit, and that allows us to go straight from there into an approach. In this case, the ILS or localizer 10 right. Alrighty. So Great Falls has its own VOR that's right there. So we can start at Great Falls VOR. That's close enough to a valid start point. We don't have a SID, but we do have a VOR at the airport. So we'll start at the VOR that's at the airport, and we'll work from there. So we have a start point, we have an end point for the route. That's what we want. Now we want to build the en route. So we start at Great Falls, that's on J7. So we can take J7 quite a ways. So J7 goes down through Salmon, Boise, Rome, and then back down here to Mustang. At Mustang, we're going to have to stop, and we're going to have to break off so that we can continue on. Because J7 continues down this way, but we don't want to go that way. We want to go this way. We could probably go that way, but then we have to make a hard turn, and that would be unfortunate. So we want to end up at Sacramento here. And that means we have to go from Mustang on J32. So we can take J7 from Great Falls all the way to Mustang. And there we are. So we are almost all the way there already, because we have J7 that goes almost all the way. But we can't do this direct because we are not RNAV. So we have to continue on J32 here to Sacramento. FMG J32, SAC is the VOR code for Sacramento. And then it still shows us as on this airway, but we are technically doing a direct. So we have to edit that also. J126. And there we go. So that would be our route between Great Falls and Monterey. So we're on an airway we're on airways the whole time. All of these are jet routes, so we are not doing any RNAV. We are going straight to a VOR that we are within the service volume of. So we can pick up that VOR, we can go right to it, and we can continue on that route all the way down to a VOR where we begin our approach procedure. And therefore, we are good to fly this route with no RNAV. Now, how did I know that we can go to the Salinas VOR? It's not explicitly noted, but what we do have, it's not explicitly stated that it is a initial approach fix. At least I don't think so. However, it is a valid transition into this procedure because we have a radial, we have a distance, we have a minimum altitude that we must keep above on that route, and we're within the service volume of the VOR. And therefore, even if it wasn't actually listed as a transition point, which it is in this case, but even if it wasn't listed, we would be okay to use this to transition into the procedure because we have all of the information that we need to execute that procedure safely. Does that make sense? Now, there is a specific reason why I'm doing this. Why I'm picking an airport that does not have a star. And that is because even in this class, you will not always be using airports that have stars. Especially in the real world, you will not be using airports that have stars necessarily. But in this class, I believe we have one with St. George. And St. George in particular is a huge problem with this because in order to start the approach at St. George, you have to go all the way out to Enoch VOR. So if I built, I'll try and do one that we don't actually have. So I think we don't do SFO to St. George. I gotta delete that. So if I do San Francisco to St. George, what you'll note is that it goes direct to the point. But this procedure starts way the heck out here to get into St. George. So we actually have to go all the way out there to start the procedure to get into St. George. Incidentally, this is why St. George is actually a bad alternate for Vegas. It's because it looks close, and as the crow flies, it is. But you have to go all the way out there to start coming in. So it's actually longer than something like Palm Springs. Now, Palm Springs might not be able to handle you, so good luck. But anyway, point is, there are situations in which it looks okay to go straight to an airport, or just pick a random point near an airport and call it good. But there are situations where doing that will get you in trouble, and you have to look a little more carefully at the Jeppesen chart and make sure you're reading what the start point of your approach is in order to actually start the approach. Now, technically, in this case, you could actually arrive at Piets. You could actually arrive at that, provided you were arriving from certain directions that ensured terrain clearance. But personally, I wouldn't. Because your terrain clearance is going to be a problem in some of those circumstances. Like you're allowed to go straight to the initial approach fix if you can do it. That is an allowable way to start to build a route. But in this case, there's no actual way to get to Piets at St. George. In fact, I don't even think it's marked on this because it's a terminal waypoint. Yeah, look, where are we? Yeah, it's not really on the on any thing. So what you would actually have to do is you would have to use a Victor Airway to get to Enoch. And then from there, I think you would want to go to Barrel here to get to St. George. You'd want to go to Barrel here, and then you could take a low route, a Victor route from Barrel to Enoch, and then you could go all the way in from there. So yeah, Jeppesen charts at airports without stars can get a little bit confusing, especially when there's terrain involved and there are specific transitions that you have to use. Any other routes you guys want to give a shot to? So, all right, I'll do let's, for simplicity, Spokane to Phoenix. We should have a SID, I think. And I know we have a star. I'm already looking at this and trying to figure out what I would do. Okay, I think I know how I would build this route. All right. So, again, we want to be looking in here. SkyVector does have charts in it. Don't use the charts from SkyVector. Use the charts from our drive, because the charts from our drive are a special flavor, also known as outdated. So if you use the current charts that SkyVector has, there may be some differences, such as certain charts possibly not even existing. We are using outdated charts on purpose so that there are more non-RNAV options, because many of them have disappeared by this point. All right, so Spokane, let's see. Do we have any departures? We have arrivals. We have one departure. It's a vector departure. I don't like it, but we'll have to deal with it. All right. So let's read through this. So Spokane, for initial climb, see inset, and then they're going to vector us to one of these various points. So we need to get on an airway that goes down to Phoenix. So you would think that we would want to fly as direct as possible, but if we start going direct, then we can't go direct from there. We could start out going direct like this and go this way around this side. Or we could try and go down this way, except there's a slight problem with that, which is that we get down to here and it takes us back over to here. It's actually not as direct as it looks. And by that point, we might as well have just taken the other option. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to try and get down to Boise here. Now, the interesting question is, what is available for us on this SID? So not much. So we're going to use Spokane 7 and we're going to go to GEG. So it doesn't even have that SID. Does it have a SID at all? Okay, it's Spokane 8 now. Okay, so it's not even letting me enter the SID, but you would write it down on your paper. But yeah, it's not letting me enter the SID. So I think our best option in this case is to cut over and go via Salt Lake City is probably going to be our best option. Now, we could go there directly, immediately, or we could go there by going a little bit more west of our direct route. And I think it's about a wash between the two of them, but probably going the slightly more west route is actually faster, would be my guess. So we'll see how that goes. So let's click out of Spokane and let's go into Phoenix and see what what stars we have into Phoenix and how we can get into Phoenix. We have the Arlen 4, which is not what we want. We have the Blythe 5, which is also not what we want. We have the Bunter 3, which might be what we want. We have the Coyote 5, which is not what we want, but might be useful. We have the Jesse 3, which also comes from Winslow. We have the Suns 8, which is not what we want. Baldy 3, not helpful. Buckeye 4, not helpful. Chili 4 could be useful if we decide to come from the other direction. And we're back to departures. Okay, so Winslow INW is the closest in we can actually come from. So that kills our plan of arriving from that direction. So instead we have to arrive from this direction, or yeah, because we can't go down here because then we'd have to get over here to actually start a star. So that's mildly annoying. Let's see, Boulder City on the Coyote 5 is one valid transition. So let's see, Boulder City, type BLD in the search. Who's guest? Okay. All right, so Boulder City is going to come from up here. Okay, so we can go to Boulder City, and that works. So that would mean we would come down through Vegas here. That's probably about as direct as we can get, honestly. If I look further up, we got nothing there. Winslow's as close as we can come. Suns is not helpful. Buckeye 4 is too far out. Yeah, so we'll go to Boulder City. We'll figure out how to get to Boulder City, and then we'll... All right. So we're at Boulder City. So we could go either side. We could go this side. We could go... Man, this stupid thing. There we go. We could go west side, or we could go east side. So, the way I'm looking at it, it's about 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I don't think there's really much difference. But I think it's probably easier if we go west side. And that would involve going via Kimberly on J3. All right, so J3 to Lakeview. Oh, it's J5 from Lakeview. Okay, so we'll do J3, go Lakeview. And then J5 to Mustang. And then J92 goes all the way to Boulder City. Hello? Why does it not want to show me J92? Does J92 somehow not go to Boulder City for some reason? Oh, fantastic. J92 cuts over Boulder City. That's just mean. There's no reason for them to do that. Okay. So J92 to Biggie. I don't think going direct there is the best play. Even though we probably could. It's only 100 miles. We're within the service volume. We could absolutely go direct, but technically we're not supposed to do that. It's kind of unbelievable that J92 does not touch Boulder City there, but whatever. We'll use J86 to hit Boulder City. Just go out of our way there. And so that gets all the way from Spokane to Phoenix. So that's our very ugly looking route. Going all the way down through there, through Phoenix, through Vegas area, and down into Phoenix. And so it was driven mainly by what star we could use into Phoenix, which is pretty much what I expected. Phoenix is particular about how you approach it. I think there are nav stars that go directly north, but we don't get them. So it's especially annoying if you ever get to Salt Lake City to Phoenix. Because then you got to go all the way out there. Or down here and then just like make a hard right. Because there's nothing direct. Let me make sure I'm not misreading that, because that seems a little excessive. That's a departure. Oh, you could use Drake, actually. Drake is a transition. Does it have any restrictions on using Drake? Notes? No notes? No, I guess we could use Drake, which is right here. Okay, so we could have actually gone direct to Drake. We could have gone a little more directly and gone via Drake. So that's just a miss by me. So just for the sake of completionism, let's just rebuild this with the Drake transition. So J517 goes down to Boise, and then we can cut over towards Salt Lake City, and that will work. That's what we were looking at earlier. Oops. I got the number wrong. J517. So that's a fun thing that happens if you get the number wrong when you type it in. Sometimes if it's kind of close, it'll just add a whole extra leg to your route. So be careful about that. Make sure you're getting the numbers right. Don't do what I just did. J15 over to Wasatch. TCH. And then we can take, what is this, J9? Oh, come on. Okay, J11 looks like it goes all the way. Yeah, J11. Okay. Okay. That's a good bit more direct than what we were doing before. That's a little happier looking. We could also have gone this way via J52. And then down, and that would have also worked. Nothing wrong with that. And of course, there's probably dozens of other routings that you could take that are even more inefficient than what I came up with the first time. So there's always tons of different ways to do it. The most efficient way is the fun challenge. All right. Anybody got any questions about that? Was that helpful, Muhammad? Was that just self-indulgent? Well, I hope it was helpful. Does anybody have any other questions, things that they would like to review? Questions about the in-person class? Anything like that? Brian.
I'm still a little, and I don't know if this is going to be something we have to worry about for the practical or not, but some of the stuff on the METARs in the remarks, you know, especially when it comes to like precipitation amounts, I don't know, there's just a few nuances there I haven't quite gotten yet.
Yeah. Let's see if we can. Let's see. If we go to observations, what's having some fun weather right now? Bet you Boston's got a fun one. Oh, come on. I was hoping for tons of remarks. That's no fun. Rochester. Well, they get some remarks. So here we have our remarks section is, I mean, this is still fairly straightforward. It's automated station with a precipitation discriminator. Peak wind is from 260 at 37 knots, observed at 305 Zulu. Surface level pressure is going to be 1006.5 millibars. And precipitation observed in the past hour was a trace of precipitation, specifically probably snow. And our exact temperature is 11.1 degrees, or sorry, 1.1 degrees, and dew point is negative 1.7. See, that even I get tripped up by that thing. Let's see.
Yeah, the main, like the precipitation and I think there's one like where it says like how much the pressure has changed in over a certain
I
amount
don't
of
even know how to
time.
read that one. That's not important for us, honestly. The,
Oh,
the pressure
okay. All right.
change, the pressure tendency is, yeah, that's really not important for us. That's just that's a weather issue or a forecaster issue, basically.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah. So here we have tower visibility is 2.5. That's not controlling. It's just good to know. Although it might be controlling for takeoff mins. I have to check that. Ceiling is 300, varying between 300 and 1,000 feet. Surface level pressure 1006.6. Precipitation is a trace. 0.6 degrees Celsius temperature. Negative 0.6 is the temperature, and negative 0.6 is the dew point. So really, when it comes to remarks, the ones that you have to know are the things like tower visibility, especially varying ceilings, varying winds, peak winds, stuff like that are what are called pertinent remarks. And those you have to know because you have to be able to read them to a crew if you're talking over voice call. Because you're required to include pertinent remarks when you are presenting a METAR to a crew. So stuff like ceiling varying, there is literally an accident where the dispatcher did not transmit that to the crew. In this case, not their fault. The system, they had an automated one-click transmit the METAR to the crew, and it stripped that out. But literally, the crew crashed because they didn't know that the ceiling was variable. So, yeah, these sorts of remarks, very important that you be able to read those. These sorts of remarks, less important. Does that help?
Yeah, totally. Appreciate it.
Yes, the METAR decoder document that Ryan put in the Google Classroom feed does in fact have explanations of how to do the pressure tendency. It's not really important that you be able to do it, but it's a fun party trick if you can.
Impress your friends.
Look at how much of a nerd I am. Even I'm not that much of a nerd, and I'm a big nerd. I would be impressed though if I was doing an interview and someone could actually read one of those, I would be like, oh wow, okay. You really know this stuff, okay. That said, all of the interviews I have ever done for dispatch jobs, remarks like that have been stripped out. So all right. Any other questions, comments, concerns, complaints? Anything in particular off of that list of review items that you feel unsure about? And I will try to dedicate the last 15 minutes to that. So I'm assuming everybody's gonna absolutely go in and get a 100 on the quiz and absolutely crush it in the in-person, get everything right, do all the flight plans in the first 2 days. Please explain alternate minimums. Sure. So I'm going to start in a slightly unlikely place. Let's see if I can actually get down to it. Boy, the op specs are long. Alrighty, so Operations Specification C55. So this is where we're deriving our alternate minimums from. So this is an operations specification that, as far as I know, every US Part 121 airline has. So Charlie 55, the certificate holder is authorized to derive alternate airport weather minimums from Table 1 below. Special limitations and provisions. 1. In no case shall the certificate holder use alternate airport weather minima other than any applicable minimum derived from this table. So we can only use 1 NAVAID, 2 NAVAID rule, which is what this is. In determining alternate airport weather minimums, the certificate holder shall not use any published instrument approach procedure which specifies that alternate airport weather minimums are not authorized. So if we go into our 10.9 charts and it says alternate minimums NA in the 10.9 alpha or 10.9 chart for a specific approach, like for example, St. George and the LDA approach, it will state that the alternate minimums are NA for that approach. We can't use that to derive alternate minimums off of. Even though the rest of that table for alternate minimums we can't use by Part 1 here. In Part 2, we have to use it if it says NA. When determining the usability of a runway, wind including gust must be forecast to be within operating limits, including reduced visibility limits, and should be within the manufacturer's maximum demonstrated crosswind. So if we are considering a runway, it has to be within our wind limits. We can't consider a runway for alternate minimums that we can't actually use. All conditional forecast elements below the lowest applicable operating minima must be taken into account. Additives are applied only to the height value to determine the required ceiling. So conditional forecast elements, tempos, stuff like that have to be considered. When dispatching under the provisions of the MEL, those MEL limitations affecting instrument approach minima must be considered. And for operations outside the United States, which we don't care about, so we'll ignore that. So Table 1, alternate airport IFR weather minimums. These are the 1 NAVAID, 2 NAVAID rules. 1 NAVAID rule. For airports with at least one operational navigational facility providing a straight-in non-precision approach procedure or Category 1 precision approach, or, when applicable, a circling maneuver from an instrument approach procedure. We don't do circling in this, so circling doesn't count. But at a real airline, you could derive alternate minimums off a circling procedure. Ceiling. Add 400 feet to the minimum descent altitude or decision altitude as applicable. Visibility. Add 1 statute mile or 1,600 meters to the landing minimums. So when we are deriving alternate minimums off of one navaid, we add 1 mile and 400 feet. 400 feet and 1 mile for one navaid. For airports with at least 2 operational navigational facilities, each providing a straight-in approach procedure to different suitable runways, add 200 feet to the higher decision altitude or MDA of the 2 approaches used. Add half a mile or 800 meters to the higher authorized landing minimums of the 2 approaches used. So we add 200.5 for the 2 navaid rule. Now, notably, first of all, is the language suitable? So an adequate airport or an adequate runway is one in which you meet all of the requirements to be able to land there, including ARF, all that sort of stuff, and you meet the wind requirements. So that's a fun fact. As this notes, you have to consider wind, including gust, within your operating limits for adequate. So even for the 1 navaid rule, you have to consider wind. For the 2 navaid rule, you also have to include other weather. That is what suitable means. Suitable is distinguished from adequate by that you are considering all weather, not just wind. So, for example, if you have a contaminated runway and you do not have the stopping performance on that runway, it is adequate and may be used for the 1 navaid rule. It is not suitable and may not be used for the 2 navaid rule. Now, should you do that? Absolutely not. That is an incredibly stupid idea. Do not list an alternate where you can't stop on the runway. But technically, you could. And other note, we are adding 200 feet to the higher ceiling minimums and the higher visibility minimums. So if one approach has a higher ceiling, so like if one approach is, for example, 201 and the other approach is 250.5, you are adding the 200 feet to the 250, and you are adding the half a mile to the 1 mile. So you're taking the worst of both and adding to it. So in that case, that would be 450 feet and 1.5 miles would be the 2 navaid rule. And there's nothing else in this op spec. So this is what this here C55 op spec C55 is what we derive our alternate minimums from. If you are ever unsure of how to do alternate minimums at any point, like you forget or you just want to make sure, go back, look at Charlie 55, and it will tell you how to do it. It is a step-by-step guide on how to derive alternate minimums. And that is That's sort of just a pro tip in general for this class and dispatching in general. If you know where to look, there is a step-by-step guide on how to do almost anything in the regulations or in your manual. All right. Anybody have any other questions that we can do in the last couple minutes here? Otherwise, what I want to say, when a departure alternate is required. So we require a takeoff alternate when the weather at the airport of departure, at the origin airport, is below our landing minimums. Not our alternate minimums, our landing minimums. So if our minimums are 200.5 at the departure airport and our weather is 200.5 at the time of departure, we do not require a takeoff alternate. In real life, you would probably put one just in case, just so that you don't have to amend for one. But that does include visibility and ceiling, yes. So when we are dispatching, yeah. And also the takeoff alternate has to meet C55 minimums, like we just talked about. So that has to also meet our alternate minimums, the 1 nav8 and 2 nav8 rules. So yeah, it's actually pretty rare in the real world that you'll have to add a takeoff alternate. I haven't seen it very often. I did have like 5 in a day the other day. That was fun. But the other bit about takeoff alternates is that, yeah, the departure minimums is visibility only. The takeoff alternate, you have to consider the landing minimums, and that includes the visibility, or that includes the ceiling. It's the same thing as with the destination alternate, where you have the visibility only for legal to go to the destination, but for considering the 1, 2, 3 rule and considering the alternate minimums, you have to look at visibility and ceiling. It's just a quirk of the regulations, basically. So, all right, so it's 30 past, so we'll call it there. I'm going to stick around for 15 minutes or until everybody else leaves. This will be my last time seeing y'all, unless you choose to join the Flight Dispatch Discord, which, if you give me a second, I'll put a link in the chat, just in case anybody does want to join that. anybody does want to join the flight dispatch community, it is not just for graduates of this school. It is people all over the industry. So y'all have fun and have a great time in person. You are very welcome.
Thanks, Andrew.
You are welcome.
It was a pleasure. Take care, my friend.
You too. Alan.
Hey Andrew, I saw that Endeavor's hiring, but when you go to like or no, not Endeavor, Envoy's hiring, but when I go to like apply for it, you know, it asks if you have your current certificate, and if since I don't, it just gets auto rejected. Is that something that you would just kind of tough luck and wait until I get the certificate, or what do you think?
Is there a way you could explain, like, is there a way you can attach a cover letter, for example?
Maybe, but
Because if there is, you can talk about it in a cover letter. That's a valid.
Okay, because like the only way I see is like it just says like, do you have your FAA certificate for dispatching? Yes or no, and you know,
I
and
mean,
then if
you
no,
will by the time you start,
yeah, that's
or at least you expect to. So
I
I
know.
don't think it's like, this is how most of these places go, and Envoy in particular is pretty competitive. So I wouldn't, unless you have previous experience at Envoy or American, or previous experience outside of dispatch in the aviation realm, Envoy may be tough to get into.
Okay.
But I think it's worth sending in the application in any case, and just marking yes to that question, and then putting in your cover letter that you are a student and putting your expected graduation date. And I think that would be fine.
Okay. Cool. Sounds good. Thank you.
No problem.
Hey Andy, I was going to ask you, you work for Avelo, right?
Yes.
I was going to ask you how you like it, or how long you've been there.
I've been there for about 2.5 years. So it used to be there was a time when it was pretty bad. This past year was pretty bad. We're kind of on the upswing again now. Basically, we were going through some stuff internally. We voted to unionize, and the bosses had been taking it out on us for quite some time after that. But that's kind of abated now, and I think we're starting to improve again at this point. I don't think it's likely that we're going to hire again for quite some time, though, because we have 4 people that we just furloughed, actually, because we just shrank our fleet. So those people will get recalled if they're still willing to come back before we hire anybody else.
Okay. Do y'all operate as your own airline, or do you operate?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So we are Avelo. We operate entirely as Avelo. We were for a little bit. The extent to which we were operating as somebody else, we were operating under the Tyson call sign for DHS, but that has ceased now.
Okay. And y'all are out of Intercontinental in Houston?
We are in Houston. I would say we're closer to Hobby.
Oh, okay.
It's the Greenway area, if you know it.
Yeah, I grew up in the Houston area, so
Yeah,
that's yeah.
it's actually a pretty nice area. I live nearby and I just walk, which is like,
Oh, that's great.
I'm like, it's Houston and I'm walking to work. This is not
Dude.
right, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah. If you're
possible
avoiding
here.
Houston traffic, man, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's possible here.
Yeah, I
It's a
grew
little
up in.
more expensive to live nearby, but it's,
Well, yeah,
if you don't have a car at all, it's cheaper.
yeah,
So
yeah. I
that's
grew
how
up
I do
in. I grew up in like Missouri City, and then also Richmond, Rosenberg, Katy area, kind of on the southwest side. And then we lived off of the Katy Freeway, like in Houston, like Memorial area. But anyway, yeah, cool. Okay, hey, I was just curious because I'm about to be hitting up all the airlines here pretty quick. So
Yeah.
just wanted to get your take.
Yeah, I would say at this point, Avella is worth applying to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have said that 6 months ago, but I think now we're on the right track.
Cool. All right, man. We really appreciate your time and all that. The days we've had. So, and I am on the Discord. I didn't realize I had joined it, and because I thought the link didn't work the last time you shared it, but I just realized I'm in it now. So I'll start checking it out more.
Yeah, I'm one of the mods there. So.
Okay, cool. All right, appreciate it, man. Take care.
No problem. You too. Stop the recording also.